alterations to the apartment. Start side quest. Very good readings. He was so engrossed in them. So engrossed in them that he even had MIDI engrossed. Woohoo! Filling out the map. Yeah, take that. It won't stay empty for long. This is the place, warrior, right? Here we will find the containment facility, wherein entities of incalculable power lie chained, their fathomless energies siphoned away by Allegan devices. As I warned you, Sephiroth poses the most immediate threat. His dreaming mind drifts perilously close to consciousness. Thus must his destruction be our first concern. Your fellow Scions will be joining us anon, accompanied by the uniquely talented individual whom I spoke. From what I gather, the two of you are already well acquainted. Let us continue inside and wait before the doors to the containment facility. Turn down the sound. You've got to do that. You've not been waiting long, I trust. We are eager to lend whatever cooperation we may to your mission, Svar. It is an honor to meet you at last. As I know of only one Mikote Scion, you must be Archon Y'shtola, meaning your diminutive companion is Mistress Corral of the students of Valdesian, correct? Diminutive? Perhaps there has been some mistake. I assumed it was for my knowledge and not my stature that you requested my assistance. Mistake is mine. My apologies if I have given offense. Mayhap it would be best if we proceeded directly to the matter of our objectives. Your adversary is the Icon Sephiroth of the Warring Triad, otherwise known by the historians of Alleg as the Fiend. He was once the patron deity to a tribe of tree-like beings native to Mericidia, who was subdued by the Allegan Empire after a lengthy war of attrition. After his defeat, he was imprisoned for use as a source of power. Even now, Sephiroth is neither truly living nor dead, his mind bound in a dream while his body's energies are harnessed by Allegan technologies. The explanation for his failure to dissipate into ether lies in his restraints. These ingenious devices serve not only to bind him, but to continuously regenerate his corporeal form. Meaning it will be all but impossible to banish him once said restraints are in place, yes? Remove them, however, and we risk allowing an unfathomably powerful and doubtless vengeful icon to run rampant. Since we have no choice but to divide our forces, one team must locate the controls to Sephiroth's shackles and disable them, while the other stands ready to destroy him at the moment of his awakening. A most succinct assessment, Mr. Sproul. While I was aware that the Echo provided you with uncanny insight, I did not expect you to intuit the core of my strategy quite so swiftly. Ha! If only my gift offered such detailed analysis. Which is to say, it doesn't. I merely took it upon myself to learn as much about the Triad's imprisonment as I could before coming here. It will be Svarin and I, after all, who enter the Icon's den. Indeed, given the nature of our adversary, none save those under the aegis of the Echo should be permitted to enter the containment facility. The risk of primal influence is too great. Well, that's it. Okay. Well, that's that settled then. I will disable the restraints, and Svarin and his gifted adventurer friends will welcome Sephiroth back into the waking world. Better that than the other way around, I'd say, considering our respective fields of expertise. And, of course, my diminutive stature. Right, it's time I had a little chat with the doorkeeper over there. Look, activating verification systems, lifting access restriction to Triad control. I had no idea the Valdesian curriculum was so comprehensive. When we locate the controls for Sephiroth's restraints, I shall gladly leave their operation to you. When we locate the controls? Mayhap my words were unclear. Only those blessed with the Echo may safely enter the facility. Your concern for my sanity is touching, but unnecessary. Suffice it to say, I am in no danger of falling under the Icon's sway. Bloop, bloop. Warning. Verification systems detect multiple unauthorized vessels entering restricted airspace. Security systems engaging intruders. Garleans. Come, Ariange, we must keep the Imperials occupied. We too should be on our way. Gods, I would be lying if I said I wasn't slightly terrified. I can't very well leave every deadly task to use silence. According to the histories, Sephiroth was immense in both size and strength, mighty enough to rout even the implacable armies of the Allagans, and that more than once. Cut a long story short, we have to get this right. I shall do my best not to wake the Icon up too much. As my grandfather always used to say of certain little monsters, pick them up and get them moving while their brains are still abed. Alright. See how long this takes. It's been a hot minute since I did this one. I did randomly roll one of the later ones a couple days ago. Out in front of the door. more than 5 minutes, I will be annoyed. No, not that much. Theme is not bad to listen to. It's a good song to jam to. Gotta get as far as some special cheer emotes. Cheer along to the music. Alright, everybody in. Come on, go tank! Don't let me down. There we go.
Disabling Sephiroth's restraints now. Good luck.
Yeah, I bet he's a good hugger. Alright. Uh-oh. Run! Uh-oh. It's judged which side he was going for. There we go. You did it! I've seen you in action before, but never against anything that big. My legs kept telling me to run, but I just couldn't tear myself away. I don't think I blinked once during the whole battle. Somehow I managed not to die! A hero, tried and true. If only I had possessed such strength. Ishtola, this is Kryle. Icon eliminated. Oh, if only you could have seen it. Svarin gave Sephiroth the mother of all rude awakenings. And your distraction was perfect. We encountered not a single Imperial soldier. Hmm? Yes, understood. Let's swap tales of the Rising Stones, then. On our path to the control chamber, we discovered a number of dormant thralls. It would seem the machines that preserve their forms also hold them in a state of torpor. We need not fear them summoning their deity anew. In short, our work here is done. For the present, at least. Let's go home, shall we? Yeah, good job. Hmm. Your senses are sharp, young one. I am Regula von Hydrus, legatus of the 6th Legion. It would seem that that damnable woman and her accomplice have led me a merry dance through the thickest of this infernal island's defenses. To think that I pursued them. I shall withdraw for now, my lesson learnt. I doubt it. You Guardians never learn. You covet the means to enslave primals, but in your headlong dash to control that which you do not understand, you show less wisdom than the very beast tribes that summoned them. I have no interest in crossing blades with children. Live, grow strong, and mayhap one day you will warrant my attention. I looked back and you weren't there. Something happened? Not of consequence. I mistook a shadow for a man. Just what are you hiding beneath that mask of yours? Yeah, be nice to him. He's just a kid. A longing for hope, an appetite for power, a lingering sense of regret. And do I detect a desire to test your strength against a certain hero? Is that what your gifts tell you? No, those were just wild guesses. But I wonder if some few of my words didn't strike close to the mark. Or mayhap more than a few. Deities, Unakahai, have no supernatural ability to read minds. The echo simply allows me to comprehend, regardless of language, that which a fellow being would have me know. You need not mask your heart as you do your countenance. That was a performance, then. A ruse to uncover my true nature. I see I shall have to keep my wits about me. Yeah, come on, Unakahai. Let me give you a hug. Trust me, this kid could deal with a few hugs. Yeah. Give him all the hugs he needs, and then we can have that little friendly fight. Warrior of Light. How did it feel to strike down so great a foe? You must tell me more of the experience once our meeting with your colleagues is concluded. Through thine all-surpassing skill at arms do we now take our first step in ridding this star of the Warring Triad's baleful presence, and in such wise do we lessen the burden bequeathed unto us by the vainglory of Alleg. Know, however, that the two icons which remain are thought equal in might to Sephiroth, and may yet exceed him. Ere thou proceed, I would counsel thee to marshal thy strength and give careful thought to thy preparation. Assuming the Garleans afford us the luxury of time, even now they grasp for the means to dominate primals, blind to the technology's potential for calamity. My master taught me that the entity known as Sephiroth was this world's first sacred tree, elevated to godhood by the belief of its worshippers. There is no power more fearsome than that born of an unconditional faith and unbending ideal. It is plain your master found in you a willing student. Tell me, was it he who taught you all of elegant technology's potential for calamity, or are those your own words? It was but a figure of speech, nothing more. When last we met, I thought I caught a glimpse of the boy behind the mask, but it would seem your defenses are firmly back in place. Must you persist with this infuriating veil of secrecy? I, for one, would very much like to know who this master of yours is, amongst other things. As long as our purposes align, what matters my affiliation? It matters a great deal. I do not ask out of idle curiosity. If we are to fight as comrades, we need to be able to trust each other. On which note, I should apologize for my earlier trickery. It was merely an attempt to get to the heart of an enigmatic companion. Truth be told, I was rather glad you reacted as you did. No person of your age has any business being calm and aloof all of the time, much as you might wish to be. Anyway, we had best be off. Do send word if there are any further developments. Companion now, am I? Aha. I have something for you, Warrior of Light. During our expedition to vanish Sephiroth, I came across a certain relic, and I believe it would be put to best use in your hands. Yeah! It is an elegant device of the kind used to store information. In this case, the record of the furious conflict that took place on the shores of Mericidia between the Icon Sephiroth and the forces of Alleg. Should you present this tombstone to the verification node outside Triad control, the node's systems will analyze the various aspects of the conflict and create for you a false icon against which you can train. Consider it a sort of mock battle that presumes a Sephiroth who has broken free of his shackles. If I understand its workings correctly, the node should also be capable of manifesting a far stronger incarnation of the icon. This would mimic the catastrophic consequences were Sephiroth ever to absorb an additional source of energy, say by defeating another member of the Warring Triad. A compelling challenge for a warrior of your ability, yes? You need not possess Mistress Kryle's knowledge of elegant technology to begin this particular battle. Simply present the tombstone to the node on the flagship, and then follow the orb's instructions. I hope the experience brings you valuable insight, Warrior of Light. Yes, it's a bit of a mouthful of a name, isn't it? I have trouble figuring out how to pronounce it. I am troubled, Warrior of Light. The 6th Legion will not soon surrender its pursuit of elegant technology. While it is true that the 6th suffered heavy losses in attempting to breach Azisla's defenses, the Legion is still very much a force to be reckoned with. Left to his own devices, it will not be long before the Legatus moves to... Pray excuse the interruption, but a call to this link call can only come from one of your fellow Silents. Archon Y'shtola, what news? And you are quite certain they have broken through? Yes, of course, we shall leave immediately. It would seem the thing I feared most has come to pass. The Garleans have succeeded in dispelling the barrier Urianger placed upon the entrance to the research facility. We must intercept and destroy them before they acquire the means to control primal entities. Archon Yashola requests that we assemble at the scene of the intrusion. Pray depart at once. I will join you when I have informed the other sides of this development. First things first. Give the kid a hug. I don't think I really needed to kneel down for that, but okay. First. Tombstone theology. Activating verification systems. Combat simulation request acknowledged. Awaiting tombstone data. Feed at the stone. Data processed. Adversary, Warring Triad, Sephiroth. Defining simulation parameters. Bloop bloop. Warning, threat level extreme. The Empire assumes no responsibility for death or injury resulting from participation in combat simulations. Activating reality augmentation. Initiating combat simulation. The Empire thanks you for volunteering to participate in this study. Post-mortem data will be used to improve the survival rates of subsequent participants. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Well, that's not ominous at all. Off we go to the other side of the ship. There he is. I see we are the first to arrive. No matter, your colleagues should be here anon. We were wise indeed to keep this area under surveillance. If the Garleans slipped by unnoticed, I dare not think of the consequences. Archon Y'shtola set forth Razi's law when it became apparent that the Legatus was attempting to breach the barrier, and arrived to find that he had succeeded. We must hope that he has yet to find his prize. Omat Unukalhai, and thank you for answering my summons so swiftly, Svaran. We shall all be glad of your presence should we meet with the Sixth Legion, as seems all but certain. As you may be aware, this facility houses some of Aleg's most advanced technology. Accordingly, Urianger sought to deny the Empire easy ingress by weaving a ward of singular potency. Not singular enough, it would seem. I'd be surprised if the Legatus had not yet reached the core laboratories already. It's passing strange. I wove the ward in accordance with the most closely guarded teachings of the archmages of Charlayan. Naught was left to chance. Naught. It's well known that the children of Garlemald have no talent for arcane manipulation, nor hath the Empire more than a cursory knowledge of sorcery. That they should succeed in unraveling so complex a skein of magecraft, and with such surpassing swiftness is... 'tis passing strange. That it is, Oriange, but 'tis a mystery for another day. Archon Yshtola has the right of it. Before all else, we must move to safeguard the knowledge which enabled the Alligans to harness primal energies. Of particular concern is the Genesis expression, an etherochemical formula that allowed the scholars of yore to create substance from nothingness. I know of no such formula. Whence came you by this information? From your enigmatic master, perchance? He did furnish me with that morsel, yes, and knowing exactly which prize the Legatus now seeks enables us to predict his position. Do you not see? We have been gifted the perfect opportunity to remove the head of an entire legion. I didn't think you quite so bloodthirsty, Unakalhide. Surely safeguarding Seekers should take precedence over slaying Legatuses. Carlisle's sentiments reflect my own, yet the two objectives need not be mutually exclusive. What say you, Ariange? Ariange? Forgive me. My thoughts were bound up in idle imaginings. In answer to thy question, lady, I am content to be led by thee in this matter. Right, I've enabled the facility's teleporters. Shall we? You dwell on the matter of the barrier. I do. Verily, it was a warding spell of labyrinthine intricacy. The brainchild of the head of the students of Aldessian himself. Even the most learned Archon would require some several moons to disentangle such an enchantment. To do so in mere bells would require some preternatural power, akin to the very echo itself. How very strange. The terminal has been activated. Prepare to teleport into the Etherochemical Research Facility. Duty calls! And let's answer. Come over here. And off he goes. Alright. Everybody off.
In the name of the Emperor!
There you are. you and me, Ishtola. Yep. Alright. And we have made it to the next cutscene. After the Legatus. And still they come. Press on, Svar, and I will handle this. Well then. I've exposed the bones of their work. Now to extract the marrow. Even in the moment of my triumph, you persist in your misguided crusade. So be it. I shall present my prize to the Emperor alongside your head. Well then. All right. Yeah. My fabulous little bunny head is not for the taking. Yep.
Can you withstand this?
Really gonna make this happen.
There is nowhere to run.
I'd say there's plenty of places to run.
Can you
Okay, maybe there are
withstand
fewer
this?
places to run. And then I
In the name of the Emperor! Savage. Can you withstand
Okay.
this?
I can, but I'd rather not just withstand it.
In the name of the Emperor! Can you withstand?
I gotta keep doing that. Hey there. please go down.
Enough!
Ouch. Svarin. The Tomlith is unbreached, then? Kyle. My wounds will not slow my blade should you seek to bar my path. I mean, I can add some more if you want. And you would slay me, no doubt, but it would be your final act. What madness affects you, Eorzean fools? The Emperor but desires a means to shackle the Icons and their destructive appetites. Why do you rail against your own salvation? It is not for man to wield such power. The primal energy your Emperor seeks to contain would be as kindling, waiting for a spark. Forget not the White Raven, Legatus. Like thee... Should I actually use the proper pronouns for this character? Like thee, he presumed to wield the power of Alec and invited the calamity in so doing. The story behind that is that, in version 1.0, the White Raven was a prominent enemy, and since there wasn't really a whole lot of voice acting, they didn't have a whole lot of ways to determine the intended gender of the character. So when translating to English, they just went with he. But it turns out that the White Raven is actually a woman. They took a gamble and they were wrong. This star's fate is too important to be decided by any one man, a warmongering savage least of all. Have care, boy, you speak of my Emperor. But dying here in defense of his honor will not further his cause. Well, I appear not to be dead. Ow. Kyle. I may have cracked a rib. I may have cracked a rib or two, but I'll be fine, honestly. Our foes gave no quarter. Had Anukalhai stinted in his defense of thee, thou mayst be certain thy hurts would be far worse. I could do no less. Mistress Krile is here at my behest, after all. The secrets of Alec are safe for the present, though 'tis doubtful the Legatus will return to Garlemald to the prize he coveteth lieth in his grasp. Then we must redouble our efforts to protect this place. Krile and I will place additional seals upon the Tomlith. Ukalhai. I appreciated you staying at my side. Thank you. 'Twas not. Oh, please, it was a good deal more than that, and you know it. Now let me help you. When a woman thanks you for saving her life, the customary response is you're welcome. You are welcome. Ariange, are the new wards already in place? My colleagues yet toil upon their enchantments. I come unto thee in secret, that I might question thee outside their hearing. Question me? I would speak with the one who undid my subtlest magecraft, he who invited an imperial legatus into this facility, in hopes of engineering the man's demise at the hands of the warrior of light. You accuse me of masterminding this day's events? The plan may have been thy master's, but the deed was thine. Thou didst lure the legatus of the 6th Legion into a trap from which he was not intended to emerge. It's plain to me now that thy seeming opportunism in proposing his elimination was feigned, and that his death was the object of thy plan from the first. And you have proof of this? Thine own words betrayed thee. Thou didst speak of the Empire's desire to claim the Genesis expression, the existence of which even the learned Mistress Kryl was ignorant. Whence then did the legatus come by such definitive knowledge? And then there is the matter of mine unraveled ward. None save one possessed of an otherworldly gift could have so swiftly effected its dissolution. Know thee of another blessed with such? Assuming these accusations have merit, what then? Full many times and oft doth the pursuit of truth lead men down darkened paths. I take no issue with thy purpose, 'tis but thy method I would call into question. In the Garlean Empire we have a common foe. Hadst thou deigned to share thine intentions with Svar and our Mistress Kryl, 'tis like that we would have closed the trap with less risk to life and more success. I sought to use the most dangerous secrets of Alag as bait. Who among you would agree to such a reckless plan? None, and with good cause. Irrespective, thou wert remiss in thy duty to thy comrades. I note with some disappointment that in matters concerning the Kryls and those who would control them, the cold rationality upon which thou so pridest thyself is conspicuous by its absence. Know that the salvation of this star is an end too vast for any one of us to accomplish alone. Shouldst thou fail to trust in thy comrades, I foresee thy actions precipitating some terrible misfortune. Indeed. Yeah, yeah. Let's be real here. We were arrested. My sincerest apologies, Svarin. Ariange is correct in his suspicions. It was I who orchestrated this encounter with the Empire. I would ask that thou forgive Onukalhai this transgression, and keep mention of it from Mistress Kryl. It would be a pity for one foolish decision to wither their budding camaraderie ere it had a chance to bloom. There you are, you rotten idler. When Yashola realized we were struggling with the wards alone, she was absolutely livid. Never mind the Warring Triad. I have awoken Archon Yashola's tempestuous wrath. In supplicant mood shall I return at once, and there atone for mine indolence. Come, Svarn, it is time we return to the Rising Stones. And to Mordona we go. Once again, I must apologize for acting without your consent or counsel. As a gesture of repentance and a sign of good faith, allow me to share something of myself with you. As Urianji suggested, I possess the gift of the echo, though it is of a nature different from yours. Regardless, I would use my gift for the self-same purpose, the salvation of this star, and nothing poses a greater threat to the world than the proliferation of primal harnessing technology. This I know only too well. What I am about to divulge concerns the fate of another star entirely. On this other world, a magic was devised that allowed the realm's champions to use a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. So armed, these heroic souls conquered god after god, oblivious to their weapon's fatal imperfection, its propensity to bleed primal energies. And with each victory, the heroes changed, transforming at last into fiends of endless appetite. Insatiable in their hunger for ether, they ultimately went to war over the star's ever-dwindling life force, and fought until there was nothing left. Thus as Uriange so astutely observed, when I am faced with those who rush to embrace power unchecked, I lose all semblance of rationality. Know that my master, too, cares deeply about the fate of this star. I am his servant, his instrument, sent here to ensure that the same tragedy does not consume another world. Warrior of Light, if this world is to survive, we must needs move forward with our plan. Another pillar of the Warring Triad must be toppled. The question of which has already been answered. Following our encounter with the Legatus, Archon Yashtula detected erratic etheric waveforms emanating from the sector containing the icon Sophia, known simply as the Goddess in former times. Such readings can mean only one thing. She is close to awakening. Let us return to Azizla forthwith and put an end to this primal deity, lest she rise again in all her terrible glory. Back to the flagship we go. and child? You appear to be the first to arrive. Shall we await our colleagues here? The 6th Legion have returned. Svarn, Unakalhai! We're under attack. Yushol and Urianger have engaged the foe not far from here. Ha! Rarely is my shield thus tested. It would seem the Alligans have not been lax in their recruitment. Think you so? Mayhap your arm merely withered whilst you lay idle. Still your tongues. We have stalled them long enough. With scales in hand, the goddess shall arise, and righteously cast off her cursed pall, that she, with wrathful Worm King at her side, may judge and thus bring balance unto all. Hear my words in despair, Alligans. Our goddess is awoken. Your civilization has birthed the instruments of its own undoing. Tis well that you are here, Svarn. I should like to know what our assailants were saying. You understood their words, did you not? 'Twas a Mericidian dialect, if mine ears do not deceive, though one which beareth scant resemblance to any spoken in recent times. As for our antagonist's meaning, I do gladly defer to those blessed with the echo. The one with the shield seemed to think we were Alligans, recited what sounded like a verse of prophecy, then claimed that their goddess is awoken. Is that about right, Svar? Yeah, that's about what I heard. And might we assume that this deity of theirs is the very icon we've come to topple? Aye, from their tongue, their words, and their attire, 'tis like that our antagonists were Mericidian, thralls to the goddess Sophia, and victims of the Alligans' incursions. If, as Kral claimeth, they thought us agents of Allig, it's little wonder that they sought to bring us low. You suggest that Sophia's servants have been liberated from their containment, and we have no choice but to accept word of her awakening as truth. Gods help us! The Warring Triad have proven formidable enough when we've roused them with a fraction of their true strength. Should Sophia break free at the peak of her powers, Svarn and his friends won't stand a chance. Let us be about it then. Svarn, Krile, and Ukalhai, the three of you will make directly for Sophia's containment facility. Ariange and I will do what we can to occupy the Icon's thralls. Mistress Krile, do you perchance recall the words of the prophecy in its entirety? Let me see. I believe it was, with scales in hand, the goddess shall arise, and righteously cast off her cursed pall, that she, with wrathful Worm King at her side, might judge and thence bring balance unto all. Oh boy! let's see how long it takes this time. I have done this one relatively recently as well, so I do somewhat recall what it entails. Not necessarily from the tank end of things, but... MIDI alternates shoulders. And he's decided he doesn't want to sit on my shoulder anymore. Doing the rounds, are you, Mitty? Yeah, I can see that. Too baby, and also, you know, he's been sleeping for the past 15 years. He's gotta get up and move. Stretch his wings. Man. What, you're not gonna show me petting him? Come on, game, let me pet him while I'm sitting on the ground. Oh, when I jump up and sit back down, you don't want to go flying off, but when I'm just sitting around. I'm just imagining him digging in his claws when I jump up. That'd probably hurt. I suppose not. Dragons are mysterious beings. Would you say they're more or less mysterious than a cat, though? It's past 8 minutes before it finally pops, and we're probably gonna see about bothering another quest. While we wait. Because we know how this works. Let's go talk to Thancred. Yep. I was just about to say, just in case, why did I switch hoods? Come on. Everybody in the pool.
I leave the goddess in your capable hands. Just watch out for her worshippers.
Redundant.
The unenlightened come. Know you the full weight of death.
Oh dear.
Come forth, scales of revelation. I would know the weight of your souls. Can you bring equilibrium? I shall tip back the balance.
Oh crap. Off I go. Oh dear.
Sin must be balanced with suffering. Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
And everybody left. I see the goddess is no more. Well done. Once Kral and Unukala have rejoined us, we may safely depart. One thing yet puzzles me, however. Why did Sophia's servants come to wake from their slumber? I believe we have the answer to that. We discovered the remains of a Garlean soldier in an adjacent sector of the containment facility. It is likely that the fool ventured too close to Sophia during the Empire's previous incursion and was enthralled for his troubles. Another reminder, if any were needed, as to the incalculable threat posed by these beings. The goddess would not even have been conscious when she claimed the man's will, and yet his mistake granted her the means to release her servants, and would have resulted in her own liberation had we not been on hand to intervene. I do much wonder that the Icon's pawn was capable of so effectively manipulating the facility's containment systems. How came he by such rarefied knowledge? That too is easily explained. During our investigation, Kral discovered a subtle flaw in one of the mechanisms which held the goddess in check, a flaw which had plainly been added intentionally. Upon examining the facility's records of the period, we were able to piece together the story. It was a time towards the end of the Third Astral Era when the peoples of Mericidia faced extinction at the hands of the Allegan Empire. Sophia, a being of incomparable cunning, was said to have communicated certain plans to her servants through the medium of a trusted oracle. Following the oracle's instructions, they duly conspired with a rebel faction within Alleg, who, we believe, agreed to tamper with the prison intended for Sophia, and then the goddess and her thralls chanced to be captured, though we suspect that this had always been their plan. Indeed, the prison is situated at the heart of Alleg, and we think they intended to attack the city from within. They would merely have had to wait for the rebels to exploit the weakness in their confines. The conspirators' dealings with the Mericidians were exposed before they could enact their plot, and all were summarily executed. It seems that the flaw itself remained undiscovered, however, and might have remained so until the end of days had it not been for the actions of the Archbishop, and subsequently the Garleans. I cannot help but wonder what might have come to pass had their scheme been successful. Mayhap the answer lies in the prophecy. Krile hath the right of it. Its words may be deciphered thus. The accursed Paul speak of Sophia's prison, from which she was supposed to emerge at the agreed hour. The Worm King, meanwhile, can be none other than great Bahamut himself, then yet a prisoner, whom the goddess did intend to unleash upon Alec to set right the scales of justice. A foolhardy plan. Had it come to fruition, the two of them would surely have raised the realm. Naught would have been spared the devastation, Mericidian's homeland included. Their home already stood on the brink of oblivion. Mayhap they wished for naught else but to purge the poison of Alec with primal fire. If we're going down, we're taking you with us. The tale teaches us that even the greatest of man's creations may yet be brought low by a single act of treachery. The Allegans were fools to place their trust in technological bondage. To shackle such beings is but to delay the inevitable. Not save their total destruction shall free us from their menace. Let us return now to the Rising Stones, and there consider the final step of this most needful task. The threat posed by this facility is far greater than you imagine, Arianche, and one not limited to the Archons themselves. Sophia's remaining servants must be put down. Bloop bloop! Warning! Deactivating stasis chamber support systems will result in subject termination. Enter identification code to continue. Identification code accepted. Subjects terminated. Is aught amiss, warrior of light? Archon Yashola mentioned that there was a matter she wished to discuss. Well met, Svarn. You will forgive me if I seem curt, but I would settle an account with our young friend. While conducting a final sweep of Sophia's containment facility, we discovered that all of her remaining thralls had perished in their stasis chambers. This was your doing? Aye, it was. I chose to act upon the knowledge revealed within the tombstone we recovered. The true purpose of these prisons is far more horrifying than we first assumed. The Alligans were not simply observing the icons and siphoning away their energies. They were conducting experiments in preparation for a far more ambitious project. If you'll recall, both the Fiend and the Goddess were imprisoned within massive spherical structures. These spheres were the prototypes which paved the way for the successful construction of an artificial celestial body. You speak of Dalamud. Aye, the Icon's cages are unmistakably of the same design as the Red Moon. To be plain, the research facility contains the seeds of 3 calamities which might feasibly be visited upon a chosen target. Eliminating one of them necessitated the destruction of the goddess's slumbering thralls, a distasteful task unbefitting one such as the Warrior of Light. Thus did I resolve to perform the deed myself. You have made your case, and 'tis apparent that we were not in full possession of the facts. Nevertheless, your notion of what may or may not be expected of Svarn is presumptuous in the extreme. When the Warrior of Light chose to join the Scions, he did so in the knowledge that he would be required to face and destroy not only the Primals, but also their fanatical servants. That which you deem a distasteful task is an essential part of our calling, a burden which every Scion is sworn to shoulder. I see. Would seem I misjudged the depth of your resolve. No matter, assuming I've made myself understood, we need not speak of it again. There is, however, one other subject which merits discussion. You determined that Sophia's thralls were awoken by a Garlean soldier who had somehow gained access to the containment area, did you not? If that is the case, it seems highly doubtful that the interloper wandered into such a dangerous part of the facility by chance. Dissidents within the Empire claim that the 6th Legion is rife with agents under orders to thwart the Legatus' mission by any means necessary. Lest you imagine that we have allies in Garlemald, I should clarify that their motive is wholly uncharitable. Regular von Hydrus rose to the top of the Garlean military in merit alone, and is fiercely loyal to the Emperor for recognizing his efforts. His compeers, by contrast, rose through the favor of the established order, and would accordingly do anything to see him fail. That they would be so reckless? You truly believe that the actions of these agents contributed to the recent crisis? Aye, and that they pose no less a risk to the realm than those loyal to the Emperor. Plainly, we must needs continue to do all in our power to prevent the technologies of Alleg from falling into the hands of man. On that point, at least, we have ever been in complete agreement. I would like you to have this, Warrior of Light. It is an elegant tombstone similar to the one we recovered after your victory over Sephiroth. The records contained within describe the goddess at the height of her power, and will enable Aziz Law's reality augmentation technologies to generate an idealized simulacrum of Sophia against whom to test your skills. From what I have been able to determine, this formed part of a greater trial intended to test Alleg's elite warriors. Quite how it will compare to the challenge presented by the Fiend's tombstone, I cannot say. I suppose there's only one way to be certain. Visit the verification node on Aziz Law and witness firsthand what awaited the champions of Eld. drop it off on our way. Greetings, Warrior of Light, but one pillar of the Warring Triad remains. Zervon, the icon known as the Demon. According to the histories I've uncovered, this monstrous being was worshipped by a race of Mericidian beastmen. These creatures are the key to maintaining Zervon's manifestation, and we can be sure that many such thralls will be imprisoned somewhere within the research facility. It is imperative that we determine their exact location as swiftly as possible. We dare not risk repeating the near disaster we suffered at the hands of Sophia's servants. As such, your fellow Scions have already begun an exhaustive search, but there are several sectors which only you, Kryle, and I can enter without fear of enthrallment. Let us make our way to Aziz's Law forthwith and aid the investigations. All right. Let's go to Aziz's Law. Tombstone first, of course. Suddenly very quiet. Where's the background music? There we go. Activating verification systems. Enlistment program request acknowledged. Awaiting tombstone data. Let's just shove that in. Blip. Data processed. Adversary, Warring Triad, Sophia. Threat level, extreme. Successful applicants will progress to elite squad induction. Families of unsuccessful applicants will receive twice standard death benefits. Before initiating this program, elite squad applicants must agree to extensive physical tackle. Data corrupted. Unable to verify input. Applicant agreement accepted. Activating reality augmentation. Initiating enlistment program. The Empire thanks you for your service. Postmortem data will be used to improve the survival rates of subsequent applicants. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Everybody. Svarin, it is good we caught you. The facility has been swarmed by Imperial troops. By their standards did we judge them soldiers of the Sixth. Aye, once more doth Regula von Hydrus stretch forth his hand to seize the forbidden fruits of Allag. And once more have our meticulous wards been swept aside like so many cobwebs. Your meddlesome wars were destroyed from within by the pulsating energies of an icon. Hey, here he is. Nay, put up your weapons and listen. The followers of Zervan have awakened, and they toil to rouse their master. The demon's worshippers yet slumbered when we confronted Sophia, but the tampering of her thralls have been more widespread than we thought. They shared a common enemy. 'Tis not unthinkable that they would seek to free all those the Alligans had imprisoned. Yes, yes, the cage doors are open, and whilst you stand here quibbling over who picked the locks, my soldiers are inside the facility, risking their lives and their sanity. They have volunteered to face death to prevent Zervan's servants from waking him in the fullness of his power. Now, assuming you have at last understood the gravity of the situation, it is time that I rejoined them. But you cannot hope to succeed. The Icon will enslave the minds of any who draw near. Thus did I seek out those with the power to resist his influence. Aid us, and mayhap my men will not perish in vain. We propose an alliance. I've delved into the depths of this place and found its technology wanting. These mechanisms have failed to hold their prisoners, and such broken artifacts are unfit to bring before the Emperor. Twice have you bested me in combat. Will you now lend me that strength and stand against our mutual foe? It was in opposing your reckless schemes that Izael was lost to us. You expect us to simply forgive and forget all that has come before. I expect you to put aside your emotions and use your better judgment, but, of course, I am dealing with savages. I will not stand here and justify the death of the Ice Maiden. We pursued our ideals, and you pursued yours. Such was the result. And mayhap you might consider another point. In these endless clashes, we have all lost comrades dear to us, yet I choose to put aside past grievances to beg your champion's aid, to appeal to your reason. Thou art willing to build a bridge of common purpose upon such tremulous foundations. I, too, am hesitant to accept this arrangement, Archon Yashola, but the other offer has been made to the Warrior of Light, and 'tis his involvement which shall ultimately sway the outcome. I shall abide by Saren's decision. Yeah. I don't like this, but Zervan is kind of more important right now. Then for better or worse, we shall fight at your side. Mistress Kryle and I are also resistant to primal influences. We shall aid you where we can. Then let us be on our way. Our companions have already passed through to the research facility. We should not lag behind. The demon stirs. Like a suckling babe, he feedeth upon the ethers siphoned unto him by his thralls. We must needs deprive him of this sustenance. Then we destroy those devices. Hold! Witness your soldiers! They have turned one against the other. Even half awake, Zervan corrupts and converts those who enter his aura. The three of us, then. Svarn, Unukalhai, we rush in together and each disable a generator. We cannot give them the chance to rally a defense. There are 4 mechanisms by my count. If I can avoid the Icon's miasma, my blade will make short work of the last one. We, all of us, have pledged our lives to keep your lives. I would rather you tend to my fallen. Some may yet survive with their minds intact. I know not if my strength will be enough. I am no champion. Battlefield is no place for uncertainty, boy. Fate has blessed you with a unique talent and an occasion to use it. Do not waste such a gift. We strike! God, Servon is... Unukalhai! Hurrah! Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Whoop! He slumbers once more. You saved me. Why? I told you, boy. Yours is a gift too precious to waste. A gift the Emperor may one day have need of in his war against his war upon these untamable icons. Emperor Varus, he raised me up from the ranks, stood against my detractors. I gladly give my life in his service. You must finish this. Slay these leeches upon our star. Kill them all. Kill Zervon. We must needs withdraw and prepare our assault. At the cost of his very life, the legatus hath prized open for us a window of opportunity. Dead. Had I only been stronger. Enough of that. There'll be time for regrets after we've rid the world of Zervon. Trial has the right of it. The demon has fallen back into torpor for now, but we must act swiftly if Regula's death is to have meaning. The survivors speak of an army of thralls loose in the facility. We must assume that these followers continue their efforts to awaken the icon. Let us then concentrate upon diverting them from their task. Mistress Krile and Master Unukalhai, prithee secure the controls to Zervon's shackles and limit the restoration of his might. Hakan Yashola and I shall forge ahead and strike down those thralls as we seek to harry you. Glory of Light, thine is, as ever, the most perilous duty. Gather to thee thy trusted companions and extinguish from this realm the fires of the demon himself. The legatus spoke truly. The thick of battle is no place to question oneself, and I will accept any forthcoming duty with certitude or not at all. The last pillar of the Warring Triad is set to fall. Let's see this to the end, Svaran. When I volunteered for this mission, it was in the knowledge that my death would serve a greater purpose. We fell too quickly. Too quickly. We will bear the Legatus' remains back to Garlemald. His favored blade was shattered, but may your own weapon claim vengeance in its stead. Well, time to play the waiting game yet again. Yep, Krell's watching us intently. So, no idea what happened to the stream. Seems like it blipped out for a moment. Don't know how or why. Let's give the kitten another hug. You don't need to crouch down for that, Svaran. He's not that tiny. Krell is, though. Yeah. Hello there, ma'am. Not sure which quest you're on. You're certainly keeping yourself entertained. Someone's getting their exercise for the day in somehow. That must be it, yeah. Yeah. I think his underlings might be a little bit upset if you trip over the body there. And I'm tempted to get started on a quest I tried to get some progress done on last time. Because that worked out hilariously well last time. Man, I can't just teleport out. Nah. May as well sit and wait then. This gets too ridiculously long. Aha! Alright, everybody in. Come on, DPS, get back to your computer. Come on! Oh, man. Yep. There we go. Everybody made it that time.
There's been enough sacrifice for one day. We must take the chance we've been given and defeat Zervan now.
do that. One split second I was about to strafe left, but no, that would have been a very bad idea.
Good and evil, the war eternal. Ah! My doubt is fled.
Everybody in. Everybody in.
I shall rise above all. Bear witness to my will. Bow to my infallible judgment.
One person said it in the chat, I don't remember this. It was very cool.
Such is my
There we go.
day.
Yeah. Somehow nobody died during that. Yeah. Incredible as always, Svard. Hopefully that will be the last our world sees of the likes of Zervan. Every one of his thralls has been slain as far as we can determine. Our victory over the Warring Triad is complete. An impossible feat had we not been blessed with your cooperation. Let us not forget the efforts of Regula von Hydrus and his men. Without their noble sacrifice, the demons would have awoken far sooner and possessed of far more formidable energies. The bodies of the fallen now accompany the survivors on the return journey to Garlemald. It is known that the Imperials recognize no god, yet they would honor the dead in their own fashion. And when next we meet, our fleeting alliance will surely be forgotten. It was an interesting exchange, nonetheless. They spoke of their present ruler as a man who values self-sufficiency. Varus befriended Regula in their youth, it seems, was highly impressed by his martial prowess. It is common knowledge that Regula's rise to legatus was in great part advocated by the Emperor himself. Regula freely admitted his shortcomings when it came to politics, and it was Varus's unconditional support that served to win his undying fealty. One does not expect such tales of comradeship to lurk beneath the Empire's iron exterior. Contrary to all expectations, the man died a hero. Witnessing the way you all leapt into danger without hesitation, it would seem I am surrounded by heroes. And yet my own actions were aught but heroic. I have not the qualities nor the character to stand at the Warrior of Light's side. Yeah, people are people no matter where you go. Even when you're dealing with an evil empire, it's filled with people. What a curious thing to say. Are you truly concerned that you do not measure up to some arbitrary requirement? If you knew of the path I walked to reach this place, then you would understand why I doubt myself so. Return with me to the Rising Stones, and I shall tell you of it. Yeah. You're gonna have to try harder than that to get rid of us, kiddo. With your victory over Zervan, the Warring Triad is finally defeated. I'm afraid, however, that mine own efforts have often been more hindrance than help, and you and your fellow Scions deserve to hear the reasons behind my actions. I promise to tell you of my journey, of who I am, of where I am from. The truth is, I am not of this world. I was born of a different star, a child whose power of the echo was too feeble to save his dying world. A child who, unlike you, never became a warrior of light. When all I knew stood on the brink of destruction, I was yet half grown. Had I been born but a handful of years earlier, history may have written a different tale. Deeds of other heroes that had yet to fully sprout may not have withered and perished. The star I failed to save is known to you now as the Void. Though Svarin knew not that I spoke of my homeland, I have explained to him before the cause of its ruin. A magic was devised to contain a defeated primal's might within a stone known as Auracite, and the energies which bled from this imperfect vessel gradually corrupted the champions who wielded it. These heroes became slaves to an insatiable hunger for ether, eventually transforming into hideous fiends, and none who clung to the faint traces of light were strong enough to oppose them. The demons next turned upon each other in a war which drained the land's ether in ever greater amounts, until one day the star was suddenly swallowed in a flood of darkness, an entire world unmade in an instant. The void sent you encounter here in this realm are the twisted remnants of once mortal beings who gnaw on what motes of life force remain. And as I lay dying, beaten and broken in my failed last stand, it was my present master who found my tormented spirit and bore me away to the rift betwixt worlds. It was he who first introduced me to Oriange. At my mentor's feet did I learn of the nature of reality, the existence of mirrored worlds, and the eternal struggle between dark and light. Sudden and overwhelming superiority for either side will shatter the balance, and the world in question will be returned to the void by a calamity beyond imagining. As the self-appointed custodian of this balance, my master warned me that the source, the first of all worlds, slips perilously close to oblivion. In what spirit did this master prefer such a warning? Benevolent gesture or veiled threat? To these questions and more do I mean to coax forth answers, yet no matter his intention, that Heidelin doth teeter on a knife's edge is an undeniable truth. Knowing this, what choice was given you to make? I chose to join my master and act as his instrument on this star. The tragedy that befell my home cannot be repeated. We will see this world saved. And yet I hesitated at the most crucial of moments. What right have I to stand alongside a true warrior of light? In thine own words thou wert called before thy time, and I offer that thou dwellest overmuch on the question of what maketh the hero. The search for the answer leaveth thee paralyzed by doubt. Heed me, Master Unukalhai. Thou needest not believe thyself a hero to perform great deeds. 'Tis the deed itself which earneth thee the hero's mantle. Aye, the ideals you hold can be less important than having the faith to act upon them. Regulus' loyalty to the Emperor guided his actions until the last, and though we did not see eye to eye on many things, his final deeds can be called not less than heroic. Personally, I find that faith in my companions allows me to act unhindered by uncertainty. I know that should I ever falter, Svarin and the others will be there to support me, or steer me back onto the right path if needed. I see. In the days leading up to my world's destruction, I was entirely alone. I never knew what it was to have such a comrade. I cannot imagine the loneliness you must have felt. But look around you now, Unukalhai. You're not alone anymore. Welcome to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I will fulfill my promise to save this world, and when I stumble, I shall be glad to have your hands there to steady me. My apologies, this is difficult for me. So long have I spoken from behind a mask. We should all feel comfortable speaking without such concealments. Should hope you appreciate the irony of that statement, Urianger. And the last one. Whilst we were examining the controls for Zervon's shackles, I found a tombstone that may be of interest to you, Svarin. Would you like to take a look? The information contained within this device appears to have been used to generate a simulated battle of grueling difficulty. Challengers would be pitted against a simulacrum of Zervon, power of which had been enhanced to the icon's highest conceivable magnitude. It is described as the final trial for the most elite of Alex's warriors, intended to distinguish the truly exceptional among them. I have witnessed no champion more exceptional than the Warrior of Light. Are you not curious to see just how powerful Zervon may have been? I urge you to visit the verification node and undertake this ultimate test of the Allegan elite. Let's drop this off real quick and then we'll continue the main storyline. This is Azizla. This is where we went to deal with the Archbishop. And most recently, where I've been beating up primals that had been locked away on here. Yeah, just a little bit. Activating verification systems. Elimination trial request acknowledged. Awaiting tombstone data. Yep. And I only got kicked off the platform one. Look, data processed. Adversary. Warring Triad Zervon. Threat level extreme. This is the final qualifying test for surviving Elite Squad enlistees. Participation is only permitted to candidates who agree to unrestricted biopsy procedures following the trial. Specifically, enlistees who successfully complete the program will be certified as genetically superior and must submit to cell harvesting for subsequent cloning initiatives. That's a good question. Yeah. That was less fun. As for the equivalent of Sparta in this universe, Actually, I'd say it would probably be the first place that comes to mind is actually somewhere that will not be coming up until much later. Elimination trial survival rates are currently calculated at 1.9%. Activating reality augmentation. Initiating elimination trial. The Empire thanks you for your service. Postmortem data will be used to improve the survival rates of subsequent candidates. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Yeah, that works. Alright. Now that I'm done with that diversion, let's go and actually complete the main quest. I need to repair my equipment that badly. So that is their solution. A grand melee to unite the people. In what part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You whom they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come so heavily to rely. Will you oblige them when the proposition is made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more? Stand for my friends, not a nation. Poor choice of words. For friends tried and true, then. The living and in the lost. So, for this grand melee of his, Sir Emmerich wishes to field a force comprising both his Temple Knights and Hilda's Watch, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. Well, Metzvar, have you spoken with Sir Emmer? Yeah, he told me about the grand melee. I was aware of the Alliance's request, so Sir Emmerich would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch, Thancred's gonna go talk to Hilda. Did he now? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best man, not her most disposable. Yeah, I may as well puff it and repair my gear along the way. I thought she'd be down here. No, she is. Misjudged which part. Thancred's been telling me all about Sir Emmerich's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join in. Nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing, because we ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Well, seems the first commander's gone and hand-picked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? Reckon it'd inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that he is not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I will search foundation and you the pillars. Of course, he's near the markets. It'll be fine. Hello there, Manolane. You're looking surprisingly dour. I carried Honor Wad to the manor. Our best chirurgeons are tending to him as we speak. He has yet to wake, but surely he will. So father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. Ah, my beloved family, always making my decisions for me. No, it's not like that. It's just... Oh, you wouldn't understand. How could you? You are free to be the man you want to be, whereas I am a son of House Fortop, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could and could not do. Right or wrong, that was the way of it, until the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes. But not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I had convinced myself I was above it, though your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Honor Wa, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame. But in the end, there was only me. Only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I'll go to Sir Emmerich and I will make my own decision. Oh boy. Wonder what decision he'll make then. Man could do with some reassurances, huh? Found him, did you? The Lord Commander is not to be disturbed. May I ask what matter demands his personal attention? Oh, the Grand Melee! I see. Very well. You may enter.
Lord Commander, if I may, I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers.
If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, he did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You'll take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more. An adventurer beholden to none who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side. I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time? Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
How could I say no to such a heartfelt plea? Gods help me, I think it might be love. I dare say it might be cheating, too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. And did you see the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? It was a look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotion. Still, his honesty doesn't credit. For a moment, I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause. But that would be improper. This is their fight, and yours, but not mine. Damn it, I want all of these. Okay. Oh, jeez. I think I'll archer is due for an upgrade than most, though. Yep. Sir Emmerich informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to his proposal. The Grand Melee will be held here in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment and inside of the capital. An announcement has been made, and allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, Farron. We must not fail. A rare opportunity to see you pit yourself against allied forces. Outside of Cartenope, perhaps. I would not miss this for the world. Oh yeah, definitely. Right into the ground. It ain't often high-born dandies deign to fight alongside us hoi polloi. Like all our name days rolled into one, it is. Then again, it's our national pride that's at stake. National and personal. I ain't about to let a snotty-nosed lordling show me up. The second commander and Hilda's lieutenants shall see to the security of the city in my absence. The melee demands my undivided attention. It is a matter of pride for the Alliance as well. They will not scruple to send their best against us. Yet we must not be cowed. Too much rests on our success. It looks to be a veritable who's who of the Eorzean Alliance. The only question is, who came to watch and who came to fight? Nanamo, definitely Nanamo. There he is! I say, when you didn't appear, I began to question... Nothing, never mind. To think that we are mere moments away from facing the cream of Eorzea's solid soldiery in battle. That I am mere... What if... Oh, what am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. I must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell Honor Ra when he awakes. I am ready, old boy, are you? Let me switch the hood first, and then hop into the fight. By the Fury, how could I forget? Father bid me present this to you. Yeah! He's figured out how not to run his mouth all the time. I know it's sudden, but we believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colors of House Fortomp into battle. Pray do us this honor. During the Grand Melee, some of your gear will be glamored. Your attributes and abilities will be unaffected.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
The Grand Melee is a large-scale battle in which an allied company of Uldan, Gridanian, and Luminsan forces will be pitted against a company of Ishgardian forces. When a combatant is incapacitated, the opposing company will be awarded tactical points. First company to attain the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with the Fury's gaze, which will be indicated by an ethereal tether linking them to their company's flag. While defeating most combatants will award your company 1 tactical point, defeating marked combatants will award your company 10 tactical points. Marked combatants also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. Defending and defeating these combatants is the key to victory.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard.
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the grand melee begin!
Woo! Violence! There you are. Come here, you. Hey, Pippin. How's it going? Yeah. Go down, damn it. Down. Yeah.
It ends here!
trouble if I add that on. Oh. And I've got one of the biggest swords on the field. Cyclops! Cyclops! Everyone on your guard! All forces, fall back! How rude. Continue the melee. I will deal with him. Thank you, Thancred. Daft sod. You heard the man. Back to it. Yeah. All forces, form a line and spar, now! Well met. I will not lie. I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance? Damn it all. It's fine, I got this. Yep. Nope. I was not fast enough for that. Excuse me. I got hit.
Did he win? Then we...
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard! Well fought! Well fought, my friend! You truly are the warrior of warriors.
Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand. I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
Yeah, bye. Come on, game. Don't die on me now. I guess so. Come on, game. You can do it. Really hope it hasn't suddenly crashed on me. I can click out at least. That's good. Game, come on. Get a few moments to decide if it's going to cooperate or not. Come on, game. This is a terrible time to die on me. It really has just frickin' froze, hasn't it? Okay. Let's force it to quit. Oh boy. I have done that before, but not for a very long while. Okay. Let's try this again. Yeah, it tried its best. Hopefully this will just means that I'll maybe have to do the fight again, but we all saw how quick that went. It shouldn't be too big of an issue. All right. Start this up again. You all get to see it. For once, you all get to see the opening screen. Now you'll get to see my list of characters. Oh yeah. Here's Erna for reference. I was working on leveling machinist earlier, so here is Lennar in the flesh. And Garnoa, who I need to actually hop back onto and like, get through Stormblood properly. Yep. All my characters are above level 60 at this point. And let's hop back on to Svarin. Technically, I've actually gotten several of Erna's classes are up to the max level, which is the current max level, which is 90, so she is significantly over 60, technically speaking. And the queue of 33 isn't so bad. I mean, when Endwalker first dropped, the queues were insane. Ooh! Picking up right where...
Did he win? Then we... Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard! Well fought! Well fought, my friend! You truly are the warrior of warriors.
Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand. I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn. On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way. Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them. is but a scratch, I assure you. And I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as your Stola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on, one at a time. One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
You guys aren't supposed to be visible. Not on this particular HUD display, though. I mean, there we go. Hi, Mitty. How are you doing? Balls. I'd forgotten what it felt like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the Blood Sands have I had the privilege. Not since the Bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different. But I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you have come, how much you have endured. Our fight only confirmed it. We shall have to do this again one day, when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go. Go to the Ishgardians and celebrate your victory. You have earned it. Come, Pippin. Her Grace is expecting us. Lead on, Father. Said your goodbyes? In all the years I have known Raban, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Ishgardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Eorzean alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Svaran. You made this happen. Uh-oh. You have learned the emote victory! Yes! Oh, yes. Oh, I gotta show this off. Each class has its own version of the victory emote. This is Dark Knight. Yep, exactly. Here's the Bard's victory. Summoner. Nope. And I believe Scholar actually has the same. Yeah, Scholar's is the same as Summoner. Black Mage. Oh. So Black Mage is one of those that differs slightly depending on whether you are playing a girl or a guy. The girl character is more of an, ho 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 kind of laugh. Hand over the mouth and shoots the shoots the onlooker a coy little grin at the end. As compared to the guy. Which is more of a cackle. Yep. And last but not least of the ones I have, Dancer. Yeah, they go in the background like, what are you doing? Why are you showing off? Who are you showing off to? That one. Yeah. Emmerich gets it. We have done it. Nay, you have done it. You have brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There's naught left but to return to the capital. Come, let us see what reception awaits us. Yeah.
My lord!
Au revoir, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, and I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emmanuel, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform your Stolar and the others.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
No, the capital was not on fire, thankfully. It looks like things are, going smoothly for once. They say you dueled General Raban within a ring of flames. I did not think the man so ostentatious. Not that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned here to speak with Tataru. We agreed to tell the others only that our search for Minfilia had reached an impasse. I subsequently learned that you had left for Falcon's Nest, but I thought it best to keep to myself for a time. I want to rely on you overmuch when we are together, and I needed to think, to reflect. I still do, I suspect, but matters here seem to be coming to a head. In short, there are some things I feel I must say, though nothing so urgent that it cannot wait until after the conference. So let us make for Falcon's Nest, and see if Lord Artuarel has need of our assistance. Sure is an interesting name for this quest, isn't it? Okay. Well met, Master Darkheart, and thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely, that he did not dishonor his house. But you, my lord, to you we owe everything. As you can see, we've made every effort to strike what the iron is hot. We made our intentions known, and that all would be welcome to attend. So they came. By the grace of the Fury, they came. The ceremony will not be a lengthy affair, but there is still much to be done. I would speak with you more, but I must see to my duties. As for you and Master Alfie now, you will do naught but enjoy yourselves. Is that clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Well, there you have it. We've been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait, or have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? Should we wait for Hika? Because this is going to be a... this is going to be an important moment here. Or should we come back to... or should they come back to things suddenly being on fire again? Alright. By all means then, I will remain here. Oh, I'm thinking about it. Why not? Yeah. Odd stripe looking ass. Yeah. Hey, Alfie, look. You got a cool sword. A couple quests back. Isn't it cool? Hello. Welcome back. Well, there you have it. We've been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait, or have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? Let's wait with Alfie now for the ceremony to begin. Yeah, so much happened while you were gone. Excellent. I only hope Thancred and the others will not be late. Epical events do not come around very often. You're welcome. I wanted you to see this.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
Look!
The White Dragon!
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearned to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer. Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Your bow!
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thordan? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge!
Seven hells! Nidhogg.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg!
There they go, the last of the guests. They come hither with hope in their hearts, they depart with hatred and bloodlust. Yep. Drink too much dragon blood, you turn into a dragon. Till the moment I saw him strike, I still held some small hope that what you had seen in Azith Law was an illusion, perhaps. He acted without hesitation, as did Sir Emmerich. For mercy, Vidofnir's wound was not mortal, Sir Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Annick's shrine to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope her recovery is swift. Such was surely Nidhogg's intent, to deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thordan, but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood, as her instrument of his vengeance. Justinian. Yes, thank you for that musical sting. Changing the mood significantly. Codex. Yeah. My gear is 270, so that's really... Ooh. Except for my healing gear. That's a bit weird, isn't it? Oh yeah, my healing gear is behind. Okay. I might actually want the next set. When I said I wished to speak with you after the conference, I confess I envisioned rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say. Not to the Warrior of Light, or even to my fellow Scion, but to you, Sauron, my friend. But not here, no. Ah, but of course, the Intercessory in Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. Head on inside.
Forgive me. That took longer than expected. You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss. It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I. In our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshvon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore. I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emeric is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try.
We will find a way to save them.
We will. I know we will.
Thank you, Svarn. It is unfair of me to unburden myself in this manner, time after time, but I am glad that you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all of our fellow Scions will support our stance on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of youth. Right, that is quite enough solemn introspection for one day. I think we would both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us at Fortaunt Manor. Let us not keep her waiting any longer. Yeah. They've grown up quite a bit in their time. Well, admittedly, some of Alice's growth has actually occurred at this point in something that I haven't done yet, and that's the Bahamut, the Coils of Bahamut quests. Yet again, we walk an all too familiar path. I'm reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved, and now it is our turn to return the favor. Hear, hear! Let no one say that the Silents do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? If we stopped looking for Ida and Papalymo, or if we gave up hope of bringing Minfilia back? Though she knew it would cost her dearly, Minfilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of this star, of the rift between Zodiark and Hydaelyn, and of the Ascians' aspirations. But for all that has been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much we have yet to learn. Oh, you have no idea. In any event, I think it's time we step back from the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this tragedy to triumph, but we will find a way. We will. We will. You have learned the emote battle stance. Oh, nice!
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1,000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still. To the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price. For in those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raise their voices for the final chorus of the Dragon Song War.
Shanita, that is all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them. Not until we know more. I believe we're now two patches in to the post Heavensward stuff. Only 3 more to go. Ah, Master Darkheart, it is well that you are here. You are wanted within. I believe Master Alfino wishes a word with you. Let me in. Ah, Svarin, there you are. Have you a moment? There's something I would fain discuss. I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of Estinian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When he described his fateful transformation at Azi's Law, I feared him lost forever, but the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Y'shtola and Kryle for a more empirical appraisal. Oh, glad am I that I did, for it would seem they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Excellent. Let us not keep our honored colleagues waiting. So see what they have for us. Hey, guys.
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humours.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I had sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah! I found you at last! A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Onawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then. Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Alright. On that note, I think we should call it a night there. And pick up from here next week. Thank you all for coming, and have a good evening.